I'm Suzanne. Thank you for joining me and inviting me to join you in the waning moments of your day as you drift off to sleep. I hope you're warm, comfortable, and relaxed, cradled in a bed that envelops you, safe and cozy. Tonight, we'll be transported to the ancient world or Roman myth and legend, where there are many gods, and their lives are as complicated as yours or mine. But first, let's take a moment to relax with a breath. So take in a deep breath now, breathing in through your nose. Hold it for a second and release slowly, releasing all the stress and tension through your nose or mouth. Now, another breath in. Hold and release. Wiggle your fingers and toes and notice how your body feels. Now, listen to the sound of my voice as you relax and sleep. This is the story of Jupiter and his mighty company. A long time ago, when the world was much younger than it is now, people told and believed a great many wonderful stories about wonderful things which neither you nor I have ever seen. They often talk about a certain mighty being called Jupiter or Zeus, who was king of the sky and the earth. And they said that he spent most of his time amid the clouds on the top of a very high mountain, where he could look down and see everything that was going on the earth below. He liked to ride on the storm clouds and hurl burning thunderbolts right and left among the trees and rocks. And he was so mighty that when he nodded, the earth quaked. The mountains trembled and smoked, the sky grew black, and the sun hid his face. Jupiter had two brothers, both of them terrible fellows, but not nearly so great as himself. The name of one of them was Neptune, or Poseidon, and he was the king of the sea. He had a glittering golden palace far down in the deep sea caves where the fishes lived and the red coral grows. And whenever he was angry, the waves would rise as high as mountains, and the storm winds would howl fearfully, and the sea would try to break over the land. Men called him the shaker of the earth. The other brother of Jupiter was a sad, pale-faced being whose kingdom was underneath the earth, where the sun never shone, and where there was darkness and weeping and sorrow all the time. His name was Pluto, or Adonis, and his country was called the lower world, or the land of shadows, or Hades. Men said that whenever anyone died, Pluto would send his messenger, or shadow leader, to carry that one down into his cheerless kingdom. And for that reason, they never spoke well of him, but thought of him only as the enemy of life. A great number of other mighty beings lived with Jupiter among the clouds on the mountaintop. So many that I can name a very few only. There was Venus, the queen of love and beauty, who was fairer by far than any woman that you or I have ever seen. There was Athena, or Minerva, the queen of the air, who gave people wisdom and taught them how to do very many useful things. There was Juno, the queen of earth and sky, who sat at the right hand of Jupiter and gave him all kinds of advice. There was Mars, the great warrior, whose delight was in the din of battle. There was Mercury, the swift messenger, who had wings on his cap and shoes, and who flew from place to place like the summer clouds when they are driven before the wind. There was Vulcan, a skillful blacksmith, who had his forge in a burning mountain and wrought many wonderful things of iron and copper and gold. And besides these, there were many others about whom you will learn by and by, and about whom men told strange and beautiful stories. They lived in glittering golden mansions, high up among the clouds, so high indeed that the eyes of men could never see them. But they could look down and see what men were doing, and oftentimes they were said to leave their lofty homes and wander unknown across the land or over the sea. And of all these mighty folk, Jupiter was by far the mightiest. Jupiter and his mighty folk had not always dwelt amid the clouds on the mountaintop. In times long past, a wonderful family called Titans had lived there and had ruled over all the world. There were 12 of them, 6 brothers and 6 sisters, and they said that their father was the sky and their mother was the earth. They had the form and looks of men and women, but they were much larger and far more beautiful. The name of the youngest of these Titans was Saturn, and yet he was so very old that men often called him Father Time. He was the king of the Titans, and so, of course, was the king of all the earth besides. Men were never so happy as they were during Saturn's reign. It was the true golden age then. The springtime lasted all the year. The woods and meadows were always full of blossoms, and the music of singing birds was heard every day and every hour. It was summer and autumn too at the same time. Apples and figs and oranges always hung ripe from the trees, and there were purple grapes on the vines, and melons and berries of every kind, which the people would happily pick and eat. Of course, nobody had to do any kind of work in that happy time. There was no such thing as sickness or sorrow or old age. Men and women lived for hundreds and hundreds of years and never became gray or wrinkled, but were always handsome and young. They had no need of houses, therefore there were no cold days, nor storms, nor anything to make them afraid. Nobody was poor, for everybody had the same precious things: the sunlight, the pure air, the wholesome water of the springs, the grass for a carpet, the blue sky for a roof, the fruits and flowers of the woods and meadows. So, of course, no one was richer than another, and there was no money, nor any locks or bolts, for everybody was everybody's friend, and no man wanted to get more of anything than his neighbors had. When these happy people had lived long enough, they fell asleep, and their bodies were seen no more. They flitted away through the air, and over the mountains, and across the sea, to a flowery land in the distant west. And some men say that even to this day they are wandering happily hither and thither about the earth, causing babies to smile in their cradles, easing the burden of the toil-worn and sick, and blessing mankind everywhere. What a pity it is that this golden age should have come to an end, but it was Jupiter and his brothers who brought about the sad change. It is hard to believe, but men say that Jupiter was the son of the old Titan king Saturn, and that he was hardly a year old when he began to plot how he might wage war against his father. As soon as he was grown up, he persuaded his brothers, Neptune and Pluto, and his sisters, Juno, Ceres, and Vesta, to join him, and they vowed that they would drive the Titans from the earth. Then followed a long and terrible war. But Jupiter had many mighty helpers. A company of one-eyed monsters called Cyclops were kept busy all the time, forging thunderbolts in the fire of burning mountains. 3 other monsters, each with 100 hands, were called in to throw rocks and trees against the stronghold of the Titans, and Jupiter himself hurled his sharp lightning darts so thick and fast that the woods were set on fire, and the water in the rivers boiled with the heat. Of course, good, quiet old Saturn and his brothers and sisters could not hold out always against such foes as these. At the end of 10 years, they had to give up and beg for peace. They were bound in chains of the hardest rock and thrown into a prison in the lower worlds, and the Cyclops and the 100-handed monsters were sent there to be their jailers and to keep guard over them forever. Then men began to grow dissatisfied with their lot. Some wanted to be rich and own all the good things in the world. Some wanted to be kings and rule over the others. Some who were strong wanted to make slaves of those who were weak. Some broke down the fruit trees in the woods, lest others should eat of the fruit. Some, for mere sport, hunted the timid animals which had always been their friends. At last, instead of everybody being everybody's friend, everybody was everybody's foe. So, in all the world, instead of peace, there was war. Instead of plenty, there was starvation. Instead of innocence, there was crime. And instead of happiness, there was misery. And that was the way in which Jupiter made himself so mighty. and that was the way in which the Golden Age came to an end. In those old times, there lived two brothers who were not like other men, nor yet like those mighty ones who lived upon the mountaintop. They were the sons of the one of those Titans who had fought against Jupiter and been sent in chains to the strong prison house of the lower world. The name of the elder of these brothers was Prometheus, or Forethought, for he was always thinking of the future and making things ready for what might happen tomorrow, or next week, or next year, or it may be in 100 years to come. The younger was called Epimetheus, or Afterthought, for he was always so busy thinking of yesterday, or last year, or 100 years ago, that he had no care at all for what might come to pass after a while. For some cause, Jupiter had not sent these brothers to prison with the rest of the Titans. Prometheus did not care to live amid the clouds on the mountaintop. He was too busy for that. While the mighty folk were spending their time in idleness, drinking nectar, and eating ambrosia, he was intent upon plans for making the world wiser and better than it had ever been before. He went out amongst men to live with them and help them, for his heart was filled with sadness when he found that they were no longer happy as they had been during the golden days when Saturn was king. Ah, how very poor and wretched they were. He found them living in caves and in holes of the earth, shivering with the cold because there was no fire, dying of starvation, hunted by wild beasts and by one another, the most miserable of all living creatures. If only they had fire, said Prometheus to himself, they could at least warm themselves and cook their food, and after a while they could learn to make tools and build themselves houses. Without fire, they are worse off than the beasts. Then he went boldly to Jupiter and begged him to give fire to men so that they might have a little comfort through the long, dreary months of winter. Not a spark will I give, said Jupiter. No, indeed. Why, if men had fire, they might become strong and wise like ourselves, and after a while, they would drive us out of our kingdom. Let them shiver with cold, and let them live like the beasts. It is best for them to be poor and ignorant, so that we mighty ones may thrive and be happy. Prometheus made no answer, but he had set his heart on helping mankind, and he did not give up. He turned away and left Jupiter and his mighty company forever. As he was walking by the shore of the sea, he found a reed, or as some say, a tall stalk of fennel, growing, and when he had broken it off, he saw that its hollow center was filled with a dry, soft pith, which would burn slowly and keep on fire a long time. He took the long stalk in his hands and started with it towards the dwelling of the sun in the far east. Mankind shall have fire in spite of the tyrant who sits on the mountaintop, he said. He reached the place of the sun in the early morning, just as the glowing golden orb was rising from the earth and beginning his daily journey through the sky. He touched the end of the long reed to the flames, and the dry pith caught on fire and burned slowly. Then he turned and hastened back to his own land, carrying with him the precious spark hidden in the hollow center of the plant. He called some of the shivering men from their caves and built a fire for them and showed them how to warm themselves by it and how to build other fires from the coals. Soon there was a cheerful blaze in every rude home in the land, and men and women gathered around it and were warm and happy and thankful to Prometheus for the wonderful gift which he had brought to them from the sun. It was not long until they learned to cook their food and so to eat like men instead of like beasts. They began at once to leave off their wild and savage habits, and instead of lurking in the dark places of the world, they came out into the open air and the bright sunlight and were glad because life had been given to them. After that, Prometheus taught them, little by little, 1,000 things. He showed them how to build houses of wood and stone, and how to tame sheep and cattle and make them useful, and how to plow and sow and reap, and how to protect themselves from the storms of winter and the beasts of the woods. Then he showed them how to dig in the earth for copper and iron, and how to melt the ore, and how to hammer it into shape and fashion it from the tools and weapons which they needed in peace and war. And when he saw how happy the world was becoming, he said, "A new golden age shall come, brighter and better by far than the old." Things might have gone on very happily indeed, and the golden age might really have come again, had it not been for Jupiter. But one day, when he chanced to look down upon the earth, he saw the fires burning, and the people living in houses, and the flocks feeding on the hills, and the grain ripening in the fields, and this made him very angry. "Who has done all this?" he asked, and someone answered, "Prometheus." Of course, it would be easy enough to deal with Prometheus at any time, and so Jupiter was in no great haste about it. He made up his mind to distress mankind first, and he thought of a plan for doing it in a very strange roundabout way. In the first place, he ordered his blacksmith, Vulcan, whose forge was in the crater of a burning mountain, to take a lump of clay, which he gave him, and mold it into the form of a woman. Vulcan did as he was bidden, and when he had finished the image, he carried it up to Jupiter, who was sitting among the clouds with all the mighty folk around him. It was nothing but a mere lifeless body, but the great blacksmith had given it a form more perfect than that of any statue that has ever been made. "Come now," said Jupiter, "let us all give some goodly gift to this woman." And he began by giving her life. Then the others came in their turn, each with a gift for the marvelous creature. One gave her beauty, and another a pleasant voice, and another good manners, and another a kind heart, and another skill in many arts, and lastly, someone gave her curiosity. Then they called her Pandora, which means the all-gifted, because she had received gifts from them all. Pandora was so beautiful and so wondrously gifted that no one could help loving her. When the mighty folk had admired her for a time, they gave her to Mercury, the light-footed, and he led her down the mountainside to the place where Prometheus and his brother were living and toiling for the good of mankind. He met Epimetheus first, and said to him, "Epimetheus, here is a beautiful woman whom Jupiter has sent you to be your wife." Prometheus had often warned his brother to be aware of any gift that Jupiter might send, for he knew that the mighty tyrant could not be trusted. But when Epimetheus saw Pandora, how lovely and wise she was, he forgot all warnings and took her home to live with him and be his wife. Pandora was very happy in her new home, and even Prometheus, when he saw her, was pleased with her loveliness. She had brought with her a golden casket, which Jupiter had given her at parting, and which he had told her held many precious things. But wise Athena, the queen of the air, had warned her never to open it, nor look at the things inside. "They must be jewels," she said to herself, and then she thought of how they would add to her beauty if only she could wear them. "Why did Jupiter give them to me if I should never use them, nor so much as look at them?" she asked. The more she thought about the golden casket, the more curious she was to see what was in it. And every day she took it down from its shelf and felt of the lid and tried to peer inside of it without opening it. "Why should I care for what Athena told me?" she said at last. "She is not beautiful, and jewels would be of no use to her. I think that I will look at them, at any rate. Athena will never know. Nobody else will ever know." She opened the lid a very little, just to peep inside. All at once, there was a whirring, rustling sound, and before she could shut it down again, out flew 10,000 strange creatures with death-like faces and gaunt and dreadful forms, such as nobody in all the world had ever seen. They fluttered for a little while about the room and then flew away to find dwelling places wherever there were homes of men. They were diseases and cares, for up to that time, mankind had not had any kind of sickness, nor felt any troubles of mind, nor worried about what the morrow might bring forth. These creatures flew into every house, and without anyone seeing them, nestled down in the bosoms of men and women and children, and put an end to all their joy. And ever since that day, they have been flitting and creeping, unseen and unheard, over all the land, bringing pain and sorrow and death into every household. If Pandora had not shut down the lid so quickly, things would have gone much worse. But she closed it just in time to keep the last of the evil creatures from getting out. The name of this creature was Foreboding, and although he was almost half out of the casket, Pandora pushed him back and shut the lid so tight that he could never escape.
I'm Gwendolyn. Our story tonight takes us to a special event. Hidden in the woods, there's a secret festival that only occurs every so often. And it's gone as quickly as it appears. To experience this event, it helps to be cuddled up comfortably in your bed. So let's get prepared. Begin with a deep breath in. As you inhale, squeeze all your muscles and hold that tension for just a moment. Now exhale and let it all go. Release your face muscles. Your neck. Your shoulders. Your chest. Your back. Your arms. And your legs. Continue to breathe deeply but gently, in through your nose and out through your mouth. Allow your thoughts to come and go. Notice how your thoughts become a little bit quieter, a little bit more distant with each breath. And as you continue with this relaxing breath, I'll begin our story. It starts with a girl tucked comfortably into her bed. She had only been in bed for a moment. She was looking out her window at the clear night sky. Stars twinkled against the dark canvas. She could see the full moon resting over the woods just beyond her home. She lived in the foothills, where flatlands slowly fade into mountains. In the distance, she could see the silhouette of the mountains off to the west. In between, there were rolling hills, sometimes covered in dense forest, and other times with green pastures. Near her home was a long ridge, which looked down into a small valley below. A stream weaved through that valley, surrounded by a wooded area, all of which she could see from her bedroom window. As she laid in bed and gazed out the window, she noticed the woods looked brighter than usual. She wondered why that was. Perhaps it was the full moon. But as she continued looking, she realized that this brightness was not due to the moon. The brightness seemed to be coming from the wooded area itself. It was intriguing, so she stood up and walked over to the window to take a closer look. From this view, it was even more clear that the brightness was coming from the woods. She had no idea what it could be, but she wanted to find out. So she put on a light jacket and a pair of shoes and walked out onto the front porch of her house. She took a deep breath in, feeling the crispness of the air, and started walking down a path that led to the ridge near her home. She thought the ridge would be the best place to see where the brightness was coming from. It was close and had a good view of the woods. The path to the ridge was made of gravel. It was old and well worn. She could hear and feel the crunch of the gravel with each step. The path meandered through a meadow full of long blades of grass that bent under their own weight. The breeze sent rippling waves through the grass. As she drew closer to the ridge, the path wandered past a neighbor's garden. The silver moonlight made the flowers glow, although some flowers had closed their petals for the night. The variety of smells all mixed into a single delightful breath. She smiled. How rarely do we get to enjoy the smell of flowers at night, she thought. After passing the garden, the path climbed a small hill to the ridge. As she neared the ridge, the small valley below came into view. At first, she just saw the tops of the trees, followed by the stream and the surrounding wooded area. When she reached the ridge, the source of this unusual brightness became clear. Down by the stream, there was a clearing in the middle of the woods. And in this clearing, there was a festival going on. There was a big fire in the middle, long wooden tables with various foods set out, and a band playing. People dressed in old-timey clothes ate together at the tables, filling their bellies with the delicious food. Others danced near the band. Above the band, there was a large stone carving. It was a moon, perfectly round and circular. It had a luminous quality, as if there was something special about the stone it was made from. On top of the moon sat a man playing a banjo. From the ridge, she had a clear vantage point. She was just close enough to see the looks on people's faces and smell the lovely aroma of the grand feast. But she wasn't close enough to understand the many conversations going on. She liked being at this distance and decided to stay and watch for a while. After all, she'd never seen or even heard of this festival before, and it appeared to be quite a gathering. So she found a comfortable place along the ridge, took a seat, and just observed for a while. The festivities centered around a thick wooden table covered in delicacies. Most of the guests were still seated, satiating their appetite on hearty stew that steamed from thick bowls. Loaves of bread were spread along the tables. Guests would tear off pieces of bread, cover them in freshly churned butter, and dunk them into the soup. Wooden spoons clattered against stoneware as platters that overflowed with food were passed around. Roast chicken, carrots and parsnips, pumpkin, and piles of potatoes. Plenty for all to enjoy. Once the food was finished, it was time for dessert. Pots of stew were replaced by platters with scones, pies, and cakes decorated in pale pinks, bright blues, lemon yellows, and ruby reds. Someone had the idea to place flowers between the crooks and crannies of the tower of goodies. It was a lovely touch. Guests of all shapes and sizes talked and told stories. An old man entertained children sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of him. His white beard bobbed, and his hands waved in the air as he enchanted them with jokes and tall tales. Two cheerful men in bright breeches and thick suspenders sat beside one another. One pulled a colorful pack of cards from his pocket and laid them on the table. They laughed as they shuffled the deck and dealt the cards, their cheeks rosy with joy. A young woman sat coyly beside a young fellow who whispered in her ear. Her friends sat a little way down the table. She blushed when she noticed them watching and giggling. But she was only distracted momentarily and returned her gaze back to her sweetheart, who stood up, took her hand, and led her to dance. They walked over to the band, where the fiddler's fingers danced along the neck of his violin. He closed his eyes as the drummer tapped out a soft rhythm, and a third man whistled a melody on his flute. The girl watched all of this unfold from the ridge above. She found it quite interesting. A festival in the woods. People dressed in old-timey clothes. Lots of food. And a band. And all of this in the middle of the night. How had she not heard of this? An event of this size would have been publicized all around town. So she decided to walk down to the festival just to ask about it. She didn't want to take part tonight, but she might want to the next time around. A different path led down the ridge, into the valley, and towards the stream. It was a short walk, and after a few moments, she reached the bottom of the valley. A few large rocks made for an easy crossing of the stream. Now, she just had to walk through a short distance of woods to reach the clearing. From here, she could see the light coming from the clearing, but the woods obscured her view of the festival itself. So she headed into the woods, and the path through them was clear and well marked. The full moon offered plenty of light. But as she moved closer to the clearing, something odd happened. The sounds of the festival began to fade, as did the light from it. She found this unusual because it should grow louder and brighter as she moved closer. She tried to peer through the woods to see what was going on, but the clearing was still blocked by the trees and underbrush of the woods. After just a moment or two, she reached the edge of the clearing. To her surprise, the clearing was empty. No people, no band, no tables, nothing. Just an empty grass field surrounded by woods. She began to wander around the clearing and noticed that it looked like people had been here before, even though it was empty now. A few fallen tree stumps had been arranged like stools where the band sat, and the grass was flattened in the area where people had been dancing. Where the fire once was, now laid a bed of ashes. They were completely cool. As she continued wandering around the clearing, she noticed more signs that the festival had in fact been here, like small pieces of bread and a wooden spoon. She couldn't understand how this was possible. She had watched the festival from above for quite some time. She could see it clearly, and she had only lost sight while passing through the woods for a moment or two. Yet the festival was gone, vanished into the night air. Could it have been a dream? She wondered. As she looked around, trying to make sense of what happened, a yawn caught her breath. She decided it was time to head home and made her way towards the woods where the path had ended. Just as she was entering the woods, she noticed a carving on the trunk of a tree. It was the same shape that sat over the band at the festival. A full moon with the man sitting on top, playing the banjo. Below it were words that read, "The festival of the full moon happens here. Only for those with the talisman will it appear. It was a full moon festival, she thought. Indeed, the full moon still shone brightly in the sky above. And she didn't have this talisman, which is why it must have disappeared, she figured. She took one look back at the empty clearing, and with a shrug, made her way along the path through the woods. While she walked, she couldn't help but wonder whether this was all real, even though she now had an explanation. She hopped over the rocks to cross the stream and followed the path back to the ridge. From the ridge, she could see that the clearing below was still empty. The brightness that had led her out here now gone. She walked back down the gravel pathway, past her neighbor's garden, once again enjoying the crunch of the gravel beneath her feet and the smell of the flowers. A group of fireflies danced above the pathway. She held out her hand, and one landed in her palm. She enjoyed the tickling sensation of it walking on her skin, flapping its wings and illuminating its tail. Then it took off and disappeared, only to reappear for a second when its tail flickered. Before long, her home was in sight. She stood on the front porch for a moment, looking out towards the ridge, wondering what to make of this experience. The crisp night air filled her lungs as another yawn came over her. She entered her home and walked into her room. It was still dark, but dimly lit by the full moon outside. She hung up her jacket and took off her shoes. As she pulled back the covers on her bed, she noticed something resting on her pillow. A small carving the size of her palm. It was a full moon with the man sitting on top, playing the banjo. The words carved into the tree trunk came to her mind. The festival of the full moon happens here. Only for those with the talisman will it appear. She smiled and looked back out over the valley where the brightness that started this adventure was now gone. She put the talisman in a safe place and climbed into bed. She took a deep breath and settled into a comfortable position. She was happy and felt completely relaxed. She thought of how fun the next full moon would be as she drifted off to sleep. are a chain of brackish, slightly salted lagoons and lakes that lie parallel to the Arabian Sea coast of Kerala State in southern India. This aquatic network includes 5 large lakes linked by canals, both man-made and natural. It is fed by 38 rivers and extends nearly half the length of Kerala State. This is where our journey begins, in the city of Alappuzha, formerly known as Alapay. But first, let's get comfortable. Find your most comfortable position, lying down on your back or your side, your head resting gently on your pillow. Take a big breath in, filling up the belly, and then let it go. When you feel ready, invite your eyes to close and take a few more rounds of big, deep breaths. With each exhale, feel yourself sink into the bed a little bit more, feeling your body relax and release with each breath. Know that there is nothing you need to do right now. Nowhere you need to be. Our journey today brings us to the city of Alappuzha in the state of Kerala in southern India. It is a vibrant, bustling little city full of life and sensory explorations. It is here that you find yourself meandering down to a place called Finishing Point, a houseboat base. It is a dock of sorts, where houseboat after houseboat lines the shore. The houseboats of the Kerala backwaters are floating cottages that measure about 100 feet in length, with thatched roof covers and wooden hulls. You walk down the road lined with boats, taking in each one. Some are very large, with multiple floors. Others are small and cozy. Men stand on the decks, calling out to you and other passers-by, trying to get you to come on their boat. But you feel yourself inexplicably pulled onward toward one houseboat in particular. It is a smaller houseboat with only a partial upper level, what appears to be a viewing deck. You approach and are met by the captain and staff of this houseboat. They greet you warmly, as though they were expecting you. and hand you a tall glass of cold lemonade. Beads of condensation have quickly begun to form on the outside of the glass. It is still morning, but already the day is hot. The lemonade is cool and refreshing, providing a welcome reprieve from the heat. You are invited to make yourself at home. You enter the houseboat and take a look around. There is a cozy bedroom, a kitchen, a dining area, and a deck upstairs to sit out on and take in the view. You settle into your home for the next 24 hours. As the houseboat slowly pulls away from land and begins its journey down the Kerala backwaters. You make your way to the front of the boat and settle into a lounger with your glass of lemonade. You sip it slowly, tasting the delicious mix of tartness and sweetness. The coolness of it travels down the back of your throat, and it feels as though it spreads throughout your chest. Each sip makes you feel more and more at peace as the houseboat begins to meander down the slow-moving canal, gradually leaving the other houseboats behind. When you finish your lemonade, you make your way up a ladder that leads you to the upstairs deck. Here you find some comfortable, low couches to relax on. You relax into a couch, feeling any worries drift away as you sink in. As you relax into this present moment, you see the local life of the backwaters unfolding all around you. Children are being taken to school by boat. Men and women move from one side of the riverbank to the other in small canoes. Women are doing laundry on the rocks, scrubbing garments vigorously before rinsing them and beating them on the surface of the rocks. Time passes you by, and before you know it, the houseboat has come to a stop, and you are called down to lunch. You make your way down the ladder into the open dining area below. The table is set with a delicious lunch of fried fish, rice, mixed vegetables, and a bowl of sambar, a lentil-based vegetable stew. The day has only gotten hotter, so you have just a few spoonfuls of the sambar, but devour everything else. And to finish off your meal, a bowl of fresh fruit, papaya, pineapple, starfruit, and banana. The dining area is open on 3 sides, so you continue to have an expansive view of your surroundings as you enjoy your meal. You see other boats make their way past you, and you notice some smaller canals that lead to unknown places. Canals too small for this houseboat. As you finish your lunch, you ask the captain about those canals. Is it possible to explore them? Why, yes, of course, he responds. We can take a canoe. So you head to your room and change into more comfortable clothes and meet the captain at the back of the boat, where you disembark and climb into a small canoe. The captain gets in front of you and hands you a double-sided oar. Together, you begin to row toward the small canal. You row in unison with the captain so that you don't stray off course. Right, left, right, left, right, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, 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 right, left. You make your way down the narrow canal and enter a waterway labyrinth that's impossible to see with a large houseboat. You make a right turn down another narrow canal, and then a left down another. Small homes are visible from the canoe. People going about their day-to-day activities. These narrow canals are where life happens. You pass under low bridges and canopies made by trees that reach from one side of the canal to the other, as though they are holding hands over the water. It's a whimsical green wonderland, a peaceful and picturesque palm-lined network of canals. You meander down the narrow canals, taking in the peace and the beauty around you. You don't know how much time has passed, but eventually you exit a canal onto an expansive lake. This is Vembanad Lake, and it is the heart of the Kerala backwaters. As you row out into the lake, right, left, right, left. You notice that the sun is getting low in the sky. You stop to take in the sunset, watching the sky change from blue to purple to pink to red as the sun makes its way closer and closer to the horizon line. You could stay here forever, taking in the wonder of the setting sun. But as the sun dips out of sight, you know that the light will soon begin to fade. So you begin to make your way back to the houseboat, rowing easily across the lake. Left, right, 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 left, left, right. The last light of the day is beginning to fade as you arrive back at the houseboat. You thank the captain for a wonderful evening of exploration and make your way to your room for a shower. The bathroom and shower are small but comfortable. The water is nice and hot, and you linger beneath it for a little while before heading out, getting dressed, and making your way to the dining area for dinner. The crew has lit burning coils to drive away any mosquitoes, and you sit down for a traditional South Indian thali, a meal made up of a selection of various dishes that are served on a platter. Tonight's meal includes basmati rice, potatoes with peas and tomatoes, spiced okra, lentil dal, cooked mung beans, roti bread, and onion bhaji. And for dessert, a sweet, thick yogurt with hints of cardamom and nutmeg. It is a flavorful, textured meal, one that leaves you feeling satisfied and content. After dinner, you find a big, comfortable chair on the open deck and curl up with a book. The crew bids you good night and turns off the houseboat's motor. The sounds of the backwaters envelop you. You hear the sound of the water beneath you, crickets chirping in the night, the trees rustling gently in the breeze. After a little while, you retire to the cozy bedroom to continue reading in bed. The houseboat sways ever so gently on the water, creating a gentle rocking motion. With your belly full of delicious food and your body delightfully tired from an afternoon of rowing, sleep starts to call your name. And eventually you put down your book and allow your eyes to close.
letting the sounds of nature and the gentle rock of the houseboat lull you into a blissful sleep.
Good evening, I'm Abby, and tonight I'll be reading you the story Footprints in the Snow. It's a story that will take you on a relaxing journey to a magical place in the far, far north. To get there, you'll need to leave the day behind you. Take a deep breath. When you exhale, let go of anything weighing on your mind. Feel your body begin to relax. Feel your mind still. Breathe in. Breathe out. Let go of the room you're in, the town, the cars, and the sounds. Where we're going tonight, it's very, very quiet. To get to the north, you leave behind the cities with all their traffic. You pass the houses, the streets, the street lights, the stores. You leave the warm and dusty deserts. You pass the forests, deep green with trees that nearly touch the sky. You keep going north, past the rocky shores, with waves crashing in the distance. North over the mountains with snow-capped peaks. North over the lakes and marshes. As you travel north, at first, everything gets bigger. The trees, the mountains, the animals even. Then you go even further, past the point where the trees start to get smaller, their boughs less full of needles and leaves. Their trunks get thinner, and then, eventually, the trees give way to tundra. Clusters of willows dot the landscape. You go north over the red-brown mosses and brush. As you go north, the snow follows. The ground is dusted in white. Keep going. The colours around you soften. The sun gives light, but it's not the bright light of the south. It's gentle and muted. Dusty pink and heather purple mix and mingle at the edges of the sunlight. They leave brushstrokes of pastels on the white ground. Keep going, slowly now. North over the snow, dotted with animal trails. One catches your eye. You follow it as it winds its way up, 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 and then stop. You're here. You've come to the northernmost point of land. Before you is the Arctic Ocean, and it is completely frozen as far as the eye can see. Listen. You can hear perhaps a little wind. Breathe in. Breathe out. Listen. This is where our story begins. Mary stands on the edge of the shore looking out. It's quiet. There are no footsteps, no people nearby. Before her lies a great white expanse. It's the ocean. But it's not the rollicking blue of a Caribbean sea, nor the stony flat grey of the Atlantic coast. It's the frozen sea of the polar north. The first frost gently stilled its rolling waves to soft, thin curls of minty blue ice. Here it can freeze without snowing. That's why the first snow is a magical time for the people who live here. It happened a few weeks ago, Mary remembers. She woke up one morning to find her window pane dusted with fresh powder. That day, large, heavy flakes drifted down from thick clouds in the slate grey sky. People pulled their sleds out of storage. They strapped long skis to their feet. They put away their sneakers and brought out their snowmobiles for travelling long distances across the frozen sea. Now, the bright blue ice is mostly covered in a blanket of snow, but bits of it peek through. A subtle glinting catches Mary's eye. She scans the surface, trying to find the spot that flickered in the gentle light. She sees it just feet away from her. A small patch of ice stands out, slick and shining. Mary looks closer. She can see a single cloud reflected on its surface. Sky and ground become one. For some, it can be hard to tell where land ends and sea begins. They blend together so perfectly in this vast snowscape. But Mary can see the fine line that separates the two. She grew up wandering this coastline. She knows the ups and downs of the winter landscape. She knows the crackling sound of the water returning in spring. She knows the ebb and flow of the tides in the summer. And now, in fall, she knows the path to take to follow the long, winding shore. Mary turns, the shore to her right, and starts to walk. The snow crunches beneath her boots with every footfall. She walks rhythmically, foot up, foot down, letting her footsteps fall in line with her heartbeat. Step, crunch, step, crunch. She feels the slight tingle of the frosty air on her cheeks as she walks. But despite the chill, she's toasty warm. Her parka is thick and not too snug. The warmth flows down her chest and out to the tips of her fingers and down into her feet. Her toes are cozy in fuzzy winter boots. She feels safe here as she walks. Mary looks out ahead of her. The world is framed in the gentle oval of her parka's hood. She sees something out of the corner of her eye that makes her pause. She turns slowly. To her left, away from the coast, there's the remnants of an old wooden boat, overturned on the snow. White lines of frost outline each plank where the dark wooden frame has begun to separate. She looks the boat up and down from bow to stern. It may have held 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 people in its day. Now it's probably home to some small creature in the summer months, she thinks. A gentle rustling, like the slip of a pillow into a pillowcase, stirs the air above her. A large, white, snowy owl with honey brown eyes lands on the dark brown wood. Mary watches as it stretches its great wings, its feathers shuffling into place as it brings them back down to rest at its sides. It sits, waits, and watches her. Mary wonders if anything has ever been so perfect, not a feather out of place. The owl holds her gaze, then it turns and looks down at the ground. Mary follows its line of sight just behind the boat. At first, she doesn't see anything but snow. Then, as her eyes adjust to the subtle palette, she sees a footprint. Not just 1, 2. She walks behind the boat, stepping gently so as not to startle the owl. It watches her. From here, she sees the footprints make a trail leading off into a stand of willows not far up ahead. Whose prints could they be? She wonders. She hadn't seen any leading to the boat, and she didn't know anyone else who came walking out here. She follows the trail. It leads up a small hill. Her boots crunch a little more on the gentle slope. She sees her breath condense in front of her and smiles. She loves mysteries like this. Maybe the trail will lead her to a treasure map. Or maybe it will lead her to a castle. No, maybe not a castle. It's flat enough out here you'd see a castle from miles away. There are no castles hiding here in the Arctic, she chuckles to herself. When she gets to the cluster of willows, she realizes they are closer together than she'd thought before. The branches are thick. She peeks through and sees a small wooden cabin on the other side. Strange. She didn't know anyone had a cabin out here. The footprints turn slightly to the right. She follows them to a small gap in the branches, just big enough to pass through. On the other side, the trail disappears at the bottom of the wooden steps that lead up to the cabin door. There's a soft light coming from the window. Mary wonders if anyone is home. She knocks softly on the front door. There's no answer. She pushes, and the door creaks open enough for her to peek inside. It's empty. The light is coming from a flashlight standing on a little desk in the corner. It's next to a small bed covered in a warm red fleece blanket. There's no harm in taking a look around, Mary thinks. She walks over to the bed and sits down. Squeak. She hears the springs give a little underneath her. She stands up and looks at the desk. It's bare, except for a small black notebook, about the size of her palm. Its pages are held open by a small stone. The paper is covered in delicate handwriting. Mary bends down to get a better look. "Hello, traveller," the first line reads. "You found Willow Cabin, the place of rest. You're welcome to stay the night if you're tired, or sit here, read a book, and drink a cup of tea by the fire. Or if you'd like a little more adventure, follow the path to see a sight you've never seen before. What will you do? 1, 2, or all 3? Welcome, traveller, to Willow Cabin, the place of rest." How strange. In all her years walking up and down the coast, Mary had never heard of Willow Cabin. Who owns it, she wonders. Whoever they are, they seem nice. But the question still remains. Which one should she do? She'd happily relax here with a cup of tea. But the path, that sounds interesting. She turns the page in the little book, and on the back is a small map. An X marks the back of the cabin, around from where she came in. A dotted line leads away from the house to somewhere else. Mary slips the little book in her parka pocket, pulls her scarf up to her chin, and walks out the door. Around the back, she sees a little line of small river rocks dotting the snow. The little rocks lead off into the distance, past another stand of willows, down to a frozen stream bed, and along its banks. It's not a long path, but it's one she's never travelled before. As she walks, the sun dips lower in the sky. It's almost sunset. She follows the rocks to the stream's outlet on the coast. But the rocks don't stop here. They keep going out onto the sea ice. She follows them across the open expanse and past jumbles of ice blocks as big as a car. Then the trail ends just behind a large block of ice. She circles around and stops. The magnificent view makes Mary catch her breath. She's at the very edge of the sea ice. The sun is halfway below the waterline. It casts a vibrant orange glow across the open water in front of her. And there, just in front of the horizon, the waves roll with the force of something below. She looks closer. A pod of whales surfaces, the large animals swimming in unison, their grey bodies curved and strong. She's seen whales before, of course, but nothing close to this. So many of them all together, with the sunset at their backs. The book was right. It is a sight she's never seen before. The beautiful whales carve through the water like dancers across a stage. Occasionally, one dips below and then launches above the water, hanging in the air for a second before splashing back down into the cool water. She watches them for how long she's not sure. They start descending one by one. Just as the last animal disappears below the surface, so does the sun, its final rays fading in a pink flicker. It's time to go. Mary takes one last look out over the ocean. Then she turns and follows the rock trail back over the ice to the shoreline. As she walks, dusk gives way to night. It's dark, but she can still see well enough. The stars and moon glow white on the surface of the snow, lighting her path. Finally, she reaches Willow Cabin, the place of rest. She walks around to the front of the house. Just as she reaches the steps, she turns to look up at the night sky. A streak of green shoots above her as a wave of pink ripples across the starry backdrop. The air crackles as the auroras shimmer above. Here in the north, people would say the lights are out. Mary yawns. It's been a long day. Now it's time for a story and then bed, nestled under the soft red fleece blanket. Mary steps inside the cabin and closes the door behind her. Outside, the northern lights continue their intricate, colourful dance across the polar sky. I'm going to tell you the story of the pony paddock, a gentle, calming place that an enchanting group of horses call home. But first, we'll take a moment for ourselves to relax, to breathe, and to practice gratitude. So, get cozy under your blanket and find the position that is most comfortable for you. Feel the bed supporting your body, the blanket providing warmth and security. Now, take a deep breath in. Hold. And slowly release, feeling your body become limp and calm. Follow the rhythm of your breath, deep and full and slow. Now, before we begin the story, I'd like you to focus your attention towards someone in your life you're thankful for. Practicing gratitude helps calm the mind and has been proven to encourage restful sleep. It could be a family member, a colleague who went out of their way to help you, a friendly barista who takes special care when making your morning coffee. Just choose someone for whom you're grateful and picture them in your mind. Feel the natural joy you have for their well-being for their happiness, for their success. With each breath, offer them your grateful, heartfelt wishes. And now, for tonight's story. It is the late afternoon as you walk down the old carriage trail. The sun ducks behind the occasional cloud, cooling the air instantly and tinting the sky to a darker blue. Wildflowers and bluebells speckle the valley floor. Birds tweet softly in the trees as they prepare for the evening. You aren't in any hurry, trailing your hand against the bushes as you walk by them. The soft tickle of the leaves is like a whisper on your skin. You pass the end of a row of old pretty cottages, their windows small and their roofs thatched with reeds. Here, to your left, 5 small fields stretch up and out towards the hills. There is a brown wood fence, slatted and old, and a gate that murmurs when it's pushed or when it moves in the breeze. This is the pony paddock, the tranquil home to a family of playful horses and ponies. As you walk along the grassy trail, the trees bend over in front of you and their branches sway. You duck beneath them as they cast shadows that dapple the earth beneath your feet. Here, in front of you, is Megan, tall and proud, with long lithe legs and a full and luscious tail. She is bending her graceful neck and reaching for foliage from the side of the field. Her tail flaps softly and bats away the buzzing insects that hum and swirl around her. Megan is the oldest horse in the paddock. The younger horses here follow her wisdom and look to her for guidance. You stand by the old wooden fence and watch her leisurely chewing the leaves from a sprawling bush. She notices you, and she lifts her head to look at you. Maybe you have a fresh apple in your pocket, or a carrot from the farmer down the road. The warmth of the sun still on her skin, Megan walks slowly towards you. Her limbs are supple yet strong, and her back sways back and forth as she moves. She reaches you, and you hold out your hand to her. Megan lowers her face so you can stroke the bridge of her nose. Your palm will lie against the flat of her face, and you can feel the warmth of her body radiate onto yours. Megan is an old soul, and she watches you while you stroke her soft, short fur. After a while, she flicks her tail again and turns to move back into the open space of the field. You walk along the trail a little further, counting the fence posts as you go. A little up ahead is Rosemary. She is slightly smaller than Megan, younger too. She wears a blue coat and hood to protect her from the heat of the summer's day. Her ears are pricked up as you approach where she stands in the paddock. She watches you for a moment, then lowers her head to the grass and begins to tug at it with her strong teeth. Rosemary's thick mane is kept under her royal blue coat, but you can see her long blonde tail swishing back and forth behind her. She is the paddock's beauty. Her fur is chestnut and her mane and tail the colour of soft sand. Rosemary's owner is Mrs. Edwards. Mrs. Edwards purchased Rosemary's new coat only 2 weeks ago, and Rosemary loves to show it off to the other horses in the paddock. She trots up to the top of the field, and then she gallops back down, her new coat fringing around her sturdy body. The other horses may think Rosemary's a show-off, but she is beautiful and full of life. And so they let her parade around, and they nod their appreciation of how charming she looks. You can watch Rosemary frolic in the fields. You see her long blonde tail swish, and her nose raised in the air, and you admire her strength and her elegance. However, Rosemary doesn't approach the fence for you to stroke her. She doesn't want anyone but Mrs. Edwards to touch her new blue coat. So you smile in Rosemary's direction, her graceful shape like a waterfall, and you walk a little further down the grassy trail. The trees begin to shade the path in front of you, a tangle of roots blanketing the ground. As you wind around a large apple tree, you see Ruby. Ruby is a white horse with a soft grey mane and tail, and she is the mischievous one. Ruby is mulling around the base of the apple tree. She's reaching with her neck so her head can get to the branch above her. You see the tree shake a little as she dislodges a fresh apple from the tree and pulls it into her mouth. Her strong jaw makes quick work of the apple as the sweet juice spreads throughout her mouth. She's very pleased with herself and munches the apple quickly before trying again. This time she can't quite reach the apple, but she nudges at the tree with her shoulder, and the fruit falls from where it has clung to its twig. The apple lands on the ground at Ruby's feet. Last week, Ruby tried this trick, and one of the dense apples fell onto her head, making her startle and rear herself away from the offending tree. She looks to the ground around her feet to see if another shiny red apple has found its way to the ground. But the only ones left are the ones with patches of green and brown that Ruby finds unappealing. Ruby sees you standing by the fence, and she wonders if you have anything she could snack on. She trots over to where you stand, her strong legs and body like the dance of rain bouncing off the ground. She slows when she gets near you, and she has one moment of hesitation. Perhaps Megan has warned her to be wary of people who are not her owner. But you smile and hold out your hand, and the chance that you may have food overpowers her other thoughts. When she reaches you, she keeps her head high, and you can see her warm breath sigh from her wide nose. She flicks her ears, and you reach out your hand and touch the side of her face. She relaxes into your palm. She knows now that you are a friend. You stroke her face and rest your hand in a soothing motion on her neck. You might murmur some calming words to her. You might tell her she's a beautiful creature. After a moment or two, She slowly raises her head. You run your fingers in her thick cream mane, and you think it feels like the softest wheat in a yellow field. Then Ruby turns her head and swishes her long tail before she strolls back in the direction of Rosemary. You continue to stroll along the old fence that surrounds the paddock. You let your hand caress the wooden beams, counting them as you pass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The rough wood massaging your fingertips. 7, 8, 9. There are only 2 more sections of the paddock left, and next you come to Cara. Cara has dark black hair, and she shines in the sun like the calm sea under moonlight. She is standing by her water trough, her slender neck bending down so she can lap up the cool, refreshing water. Cara's owner, Jill, was here early this morning, filling the water and tracing a soft brush through Cara's mane and tail. Cara loves to be groomed. She stands tall and lets Jill brush her sides and back, the tips of the brush relaxing her skin with long rhythmic strokes. She closes her eyes while Jill grooms her, and she won't move until she is sure it has ended. When Jill pats her side to signal that she is done, Cara offers Jill a lick to her cheek in return. Jill laughs and moves away, no longer able to tolerate the tickling tongue. You leave Cara as you continue along the old path, the trees becoming thicker at this end, and the warm air collects under their shelter, making it feel still and tropical. This is where you'll find Marcia. Marcia is smaller than all the other horses here. She is squat, her body wide and her legs short. Despite her stature, her mane and tail are luscious and full. Her hair is chocolate brown, and her mane and tail are red like autumn leaves. Marcia is a Shetland pony. She moves differently from the other horses. She charges forward and romps around in the paddock, her soft mane like the ruffle of fallen leaves in the breeze. Marcia knows she's different, and she doesn't mind that. She is cute, and she is sturdy, and she likes being the one children favour. When she was a foal, parents would bring their children to stroke her back and feed her carrots. Because she is smaller, Marcia can easily make her way through the trees in this part of the pasture. You stand and lean on the old wooden fence, and you feel the warmth of the sun soaked into the bark. You watch Marcia as she flicks her tail and turns with the sun on her wide back. She notices you standing there, and she begins to walk slowly over to where you wait. Her shadow reaches forward and greets you before she reaches the fence. You lower your hand and place your palm gently on her soft bushy mane. You lift the red hair and feel it fall through your fingers like a gentle waterfall. Marcia is a very special pony. You can feel the hum of her breathing as it falls into sync with your own. You stand with Marcia for a while and you feel yourself relax. You and she are still now, both warmed and calmed by each other's presence. When she shifts slightly and tilts her head, you know it is time for her to rest. The horse shelter is to your right, a sand-coloured shed with hay for a bed and a roof to keep out the occasional rain shower. Marcia turns and begins to walk slowly towards the shelter. Your eyes follow the path forward through the trees. Here, you will also find shelter and a place to rest. You walk along with Marcia, the old wooden fence between you. When Marcia reaches her resting place, you look up and you see two sturdy large trees with a hammock slung between them. Marcia is going into her shelter, her rounded back turning the corner into the shed. The swish of her rust-red tail is all you see before she enters her shelter and settles down for her nap. The hammock in front of you is wide and made of soft cotton strands. You climb into the hammock and you feel it hug your body. You look over at the field and you see Clara and Ruby sitting on the grass, munching apples they found from the other side of the sprawling tree. You can see Rosemary coming back from her run. Mrs. Edwards leads her into the field and closes the gate behind them. She removes Rosemary's saddle, then her bridle, and she pats her tall side to let her know how well she did on the road. Rosemary is tired from running in the open air, and Mrs. Edwards leaves her to rest. You see Rosemary drinking from the water trough, the cool, luscious water quenching her thirst instantly. She walks up to the top edge of the field where there is shade from the afternoon sun. And you can see Megan in the far field, walking slowly towards the end of the fence and eating the fresh green leaves the other horses can't reach. Your own body begins to relax now. The ponies in the paddock are all happy and calm, and they live slowly and with peace all around them. You can feel the hammock sway slightly in the breeze, rocking you and lulling you. Your breathing is deep like Marcia's, and you can smell the sweet scent of the forest all around you. The sun streams in through a gap in the trees, and you feel your muscles relax and your limbs become heavy. You will walk by the pony paddock again whenever you need to feel the calm and peace of the horses here. You know you can come here whenever you want, and the ponies will welcome you. You close your eyes and feel the gentle sway of the hammock, back and forth, back and forth. The gentle, heavy sound of hooves off in the distance. From nightingales to woodpeckers, tonight we'll discover the nocturnal habits of one of my favourite types of animals. Where do birds sleep? How do they go about building their cosy little nests? There is a lot to learn as we drift off to sleep. And just as our feathered friends prepare for sleep each evening, we must prepare ourselves as well. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm very glad you're here. No matter whether you've had a busy day or a stressful day, now is our opportunity to leave it all behind. Let's take a brief moment to settle in with the help of some brief relaxation exercises proven to encourage sleep. First, take a deep breath through your abdomen. Hold for a second. And exhale slowly, releasing all tension. Again, as you breathe, notice your stomach rising and your lungs filling with air. And exhale gently, like a wave rolling back out to sea. Now breathe even more slowly and gently. Breathe in, hold, out. Breathe in, hold, and breathe out. As you exhale, imagine the tension in your body being released and flowing out of your body. Now, starting with the large muscles of your legs, tighten all the muscles in your legs, holding on to this tension for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and release. You can feel the muscles in your legs going limp, loose and relaxed. Next, up the back and shoulders, where we hold on to a lot of stress throughout the day. Feel your back tightening, pulling your shoulders back and tensing the muscles along your spine. Hold on to this tension for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let go. Feel as your back and shoulders soften and comfortably relax. And return to the breath. Let's begin tonight's story exploring the secret habits of birds. Where do birds sleep? Where are all the birds at night? Where do they go? In the daytime, we see them in the fields, on the trees and hedges, or on the cliffs. They feed in the garden, the orchard, and in the woods. But in the evening, when the sun sets and the stars come out, we hear them singing as if they were saying good night. And then they disappear. Only the night birds are around after sunset. Owls hoot and fly after dark. Nightingales sing all night in the warm summer weather. And if there are any corncrakes around, you will hear their tiresome cry long after you want to go to sleep. But the other birds are nowhere to be seen. Where are they? It's not easy to find them, for they hide themselves from fear of the owls, the weasels, and other prey. They will wake and flutter away very quickly if you come near them at all. The small birds sleep chiefly in the hedges. You will be surprised how difficult it is to see them, even in winter when the leaves are off the trees. But the twigs and branches crossing each other hide them well. No owl or hawk could seize a bird in a hawthorn hedge. But how do they keep themselves upon the twigs when they're fast asleep? If you or I tried to sleep standing up, we should fall over, for our muscles would grow slack, our heads would nod, and our knees would give way under us. It's different with a bird. He sits on a branch and grasps it with his claws. Then he squats down slightly and bends his legs. As he does this, a muscle round his knee joints pulls the muscles of his toes quite tight, so that his claws are kept clasped round the branch. He cannot move till he raises himself up and straightens his legs, and thus set his claws free. So the more soundly he sleeps, the tighter he grasps the branch, and the less likely he is to fall. Birds sleep outdoors both summer and winter, and they have a curious covering to keep them warm. It is made of air. When a bird goes to roost, he tucks his head under the plumage of his shoulder and puffs out his feathers. This way, the air settles all among the soft down which grows close to his body. The air soon becomes warm, and as it can't escape, it prevents the bird's warm body from being chilled by the cold air outside. Still, in bad weather, birds often like to find warm nooks to sleep in. House sparrows, tits, wrens, and other small birds sometimes make holes in haystacks for their beds. The owls keep themselves warm in barns, church towers, sometimes in holes in the trunks of trees. The blue tit loves to sleep under a thatched roof, and wrens often hunt up old nests in winter and huddle together in them to keep themselves warm. Swallows and swifts fly south in cold weather. In summer, they perch on the rafters in the barns. And if you go into a barn after dark, you may often hear them flitting from one rafter to another if they're disturbed. Wood pigeons roost on the fir trees in the forest, and hawks on the branch of taller trees. But partridges sleep on the ground in the fields. They lie in a circle with their heads outwards and their tails together. The father generally sleeps a little way off as a lookout. Then, if a fox or a weasel tries to catch them in their sleep, he can alert the rest of the family. All these birds sleep inland in the woods and fields. But if you can go to the seashore some summer evening and lie on the beach under the high cliffs, you may see other birds coming home to roost. Just as the sun is setting, many little birds from the fields perch in the bushes at the top of the rocks. Next come any jackdaws which happen to live near the sea, cackling and chasing each other over the cliffs. They creep into holes to sleep. Then a few big cormorants sail in from the sea, followed by the gulls, and settle on the ledges halfway down the face of the cliff. Some croaking ravens come flying from the land and twist and tumble about before they too sit down for the night. The sand martins disappear into their holes in the sandstone rocks, and perhaps a falcon will come circling round in the air and swoop down in some quiet nook. Then, after a time, the cackling and the croaking cease, and as the moon rises, all is quiet. But if you look on the silvery water, you will see that many of the gulls are still floating on the waves, and they may remain there all night, floating like a dream. You will find a hedge sparrow's nest in many a hawthorn bush, and though it is a simple nest, if you pull it to pieces, you will not be able to put it together again as well as the bird did. The chaffinch's nest is more finely woven. You can most likely find one in the apple trees in the orchard. It is made of dry grass and moss matted together with wool in the shape of a deep cup and lined with hair and feathers. It is made of dry grass and moss matted together with wool in the shape of a deep cup and lined with hair and feathers. Outside, the bird will most likely have stuck pieces of grey or white lichen. Lichen is the papery-looking plant which grows on apple trees and which children call grey moss. The pieces woven in help to hide the nest in an apple tree. When the chaffinch builds in a green hedge, she often uses green moss instead. Now, try to find a thrush's nest. It may be in a laurel bush or a fir tree. It is large and quite firm, not soft like the hedge sparrow's nest, for the thrush plasters the inside with mud or cow dung or rotten wood till it's almost as hard as the inside of a coconut shell. When you have looked at these nests, you'll wish to see one built in the spring, but this is not so easy. For birds try to hide the cradles of their little ones and do not like to work when anyone is near. Rooks are the easiest to watch, for they build in high trees and therefore are not shy. You may see them flying around with pieces of stick in their mouths and bringing mud and clay to plaster them together. Sometimes you may see the old rooks staying behind in the rookery to steal the sticks from the nests of the young rooks while they are away, instead of fetching them for themselves. Birds do not all make the same shaped nests. The lark makes her nest of grass in a rut or a furrow of the field. The green plover or peewit, whose cry you know so well, peewit, peewit, lays a few bits of grass in a marsh or in a rough field. Her little ones run about as soon as they come out of the egg. The swallows build their nests of mud and straw on the rafters of barns or under the ledges of chimneys. They are built in the shape of a shallow basin, and they line them with feathers. But the martins build under the eaves. They make their nests of clay stuck against the wall like a bag, with only a small hole in the top. It is very funny to see the tail of the martin sticking out when she puts her head into the nest to feed the young ones. The woodpecker makes a hole in a tree for her nest and lines it with chips of wood. The nuthatch looks out for a hole in a branch and lines it with flakes of bark and dry leaves. Then, if it's too big, she fills up the opening with clay, all except one little hole. Rooks and pigeons build coarse nests. The rooks build theirs of sticks and turf lined with grass and moss. The pigeon leaves hers so loose that the eggs almost slip through. Then the little singing birds, the warblers, the thrushes, the nightingales and the robins build lovely cup nests. Reed warblers weave their nest round 2 or 3 reeds or other plants near the water. It is made of blades of grass and lined with waterweed. The wren, the long-tailed titmouse and the chiffchaff build nests in the shape of a ball with a hole in one side. The chiffchaff lines hers with a beautifully soft layer of feathers. Wrens build in all sorts of strange places, in walls and trees, in holes of rocks, on the tops of hedges, and on the banks of rivers. If you look about near the nest in which the wren has laid her eggs, you'll often find 1 or 2 other nests built exactly like it, but not lined with feathers. They are called cock's nests. The chiffchaff hides her nests in the hedges or banks, and the long-tailed titmouse loves to build in the gorse bushes. Once, 2 wrens were watched building their nest in a juniper tree. They began at 7 o'clock in the morning. The mother wren brought some leaves from a lime tree. She put 1 leaf in a fork of the tree and laid the others round it. Then she went back for more. So she went on all day, bringing in leaves and matting them together with moss. and all the while the cock wren sang to her from the top of the tree. By 7 o'clock in the evening, she had made the outside of the nest in the shape of a ball with a hole in one side. Next day, the two birds began work together at 3:30 in the morning. They worked for 8 days, carrying in moss and feathers. When they had done, the nest was a firm little ball, lined with a thick layer of soft feathers for the wee wrens to lie in when they were hatched. Then the mother wren laid 5 small white eggs with a few red spots upon them, and sat for a whole fortnight while her mate sang to her and brought her insects to eat. I'm Abby Offer. This evening we'll travel back in time hundreds of years. Just off the coast of present-day Scotland, we'll experience the lifestyle of a Viking settlement on the Orkney Islands. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Let your eyes close and just watch your breath. Experience the rise and fall of your chest as you breathe in and out. Notice your body relaxing down deeper into the bed with each exhale. As you begin to drift off to sleep, you can just lay there comfortably and listen to my voice. Allow the cares of the day to fade away as a new image appears in your mind's eye. It's a set of enormous double doors. The ancient mahogany is finely polished and covered with carvings of human exploration. You run your fingers over the outlines of a panel near the aged brass door handle. It seems to be telling a story. You see a long ship with a square sail. The front of the ship sweeps upward dramatically, ending with the figurehead of a dragon. The ship is sailing over the ocean towards an island with high cliffs. On the island are carvings of long rectangular houses and fields of grain blowing in the wind. At the edge of the island, overlooking the sea, stand strange circular ruins. You pause for a moment, running your eyes back and forth over the scene, and feeling the smooth, dark wood on your fingertips. You place your palm on the door panel and push gently. The door is heavy, but swings open effortlessly with a soft creak. Beyond the door is the foyer of an immense library. You step through the entryway and notice the soft tap of your feet echoing through the room. The sun shines through stained glass, sending patterns of light dancing across the large green and white marble tiles on the floor. You look up at the magnificent crystal chandelier hanging high above your head. A myriad of candles flicker among the crystals. At the far end of the room, between two curving staircases, is a sign. You step closer to read the elegant gold script. It says, "Welcome to the Library of Time. Only the most curious souls can find this place. Each and every book here connects to a different time and place. While in the past, you will neither be seen nor heard. You cannot change the past after all. You can only learn from it. And learn you shall." Intrigued, you turn to the staircase on your right. You run your hand along the railing and start up the stairs and watch as the second floor slowly reveals itself. Row after row of bookshelves stretch out before you. The smell of old books and perfect stillness here give off a sense of wisdom. You walk forward between two rows of shelves. They're taller than you, but every book is within reach. Tall, white marble columns stand at the junction between each row of bookshelves. As you pass the first column, you run your fingers over the smooth, curved stone. You scan over the books as you walk past shelf after shelf. Then, one book catches your eye. It's covered in rough stained leather. An intricate design runs down the binding like a tangle of vines. You place your finger on the spine and tilt the book, sliding it out of the shelf. The title is just a year, 1007. You take the book with you and continue walking down the row of shelves towards the balcony of a square atrium. Diffused sunshine from a skylight high above fills the space. You turn to the left and walk towards a reading nook overlooking the first floor. You find a fine hardwood couch with royal purple cushions. You take a seat and lay your head back as you sink into the soft cushions. As you lift the worn leather cover, the old parchment pages rustle gently. Enjoying the smooth touch of the paper, you find the first page and begin to read. The Orkney Islands are an archipelago north of Scotland. They're marked by red sandstone cliffs and pillars jutting out of the sea. The islands are carpeted in thick grasses, which are a fine meal for the local sheep and cattle. Orkney has a past going back thousands of years. Standing stone monoliths and sunken ruins are all that is left of an ancient Stone Age civilization. Later came the Picts, an entirely different people who eventually gave way to the Vikings of Norway in the 8th or 9th century. You look up from the book for a moment and take a breath. Your body settles into the warm fabric of the couch. You close your eyes and begin to feel yourself slipping through the streams of time. The rustling of grass replaces the silence of the library. A cool breeze caresses your skin. The smell of a cooking fire wafts about you. You open your eyes to find yourself standing in a green meadow. All around you are wide, flat, grey stones. sticking upright out of the earth. You walk closer to one. It's massive, more than twice your height. With your hand on the stone, you detect its antiquity. Placing a structure like this would have been a massive undertaking. Who put it here is a mystery lost in time. In the distance, you see a tendril of smoke rising into the air. The soft green grass shifts around your feet as you begin walking across the meadow towards the smoke. The land is relatively flat and wide, marked by broad rolling hills. As you cross over the top of a knoll, a herd of woolly cows comes into view. You walk closer to one. One cow takes a mouthful of grass and lifts its head as it chews. A long mop of hair on top of its head hangs down over its eyes and muzzle. You run your fingers through its shaggy blonde hair. Coarse and warm, perfect for the long Orkney winters. The cow doesn't seem to notice you whatsoever. You leave the herd behind as they graze and moo contentedly. Up ahead, you find a well-worn path through the grass. A right turn seems to lead off towards the smoke. A left turn leads in the direction of a tall stone structure. You turn right. The summer air is fresh and the sun is warm. You enjoy it with each deep breath. A long strip of land close to the path bears a different type of grass. The blades are dark green, tall and slender. It's a crop of oats. Soon the heads of grain will swell and be ready to harvest near the end of fall. You stop for a moment and scan the horizon in all directions. Something is missing from this landscape, you notice. There aren't any trees. After thousands of years of agriculture and settlement, the island has been cleared of any sort of shrubbery. You continue on down the path. The source of the smoke comes into view. It is a Viking longhouse. The walls are short and windowless. They're made of carefully cut and stacked bedrock stones with mud and clay mortar. The roof is sloped and covered in sod growing thick with grass, though some stray flowers and a few blades of oat dot it as well. A cooking fire sends smoke pouring from a hole cut in the middle of the living roof. The long rectangular building is home to several families living together in community. This was a common way of living for Scandinavian families. The grand entrance lies in the middle of the long wall facing you. It is wooden, with two beams crossing each other to form a peak at the top. You step through the tall, rounded doorway. The inside of the house is dim, lit only by a cooking fire and the light coming in from the opening in the ceiling. As your eyes adjust, you begin to look around. The roof is made from long planks of wood, with various beams and supports criss-crossing the ceiling. The timbers must have been brought to the island, you think, since there isn't enough wood in all of Orkney to build such a home. Large pillars stand in pairs along the length of the longhouse supporting the roof. A closer look reveals that the pillars are intricately carved. These roof supports have been transformed into one continuous piece of artwork from top to bottom. You see images of animals, dragons, and antiquated symbols all wrapped up in a tangle of vines. Admiration fills your heart as you appreciate the seemingly innate human desire to create art. Along each wall are wide benches covered in bedding, blankets and furs. Mounted on the wall above the benches are brightly coloured round shields lined up like dragon scales. You look up to see rows of fish and various cuts of meat hanging from the rafters. Dried foods like these helped to sustain the Vikings during long winters and sea voyages. At the centre of the room, below the opening in the ceiling, is a hearth with a warm fire burning. This is where the smoke was originating from. An iron pot hangs above the fire, bubbling with a delicious smelling stew. You move closer and have a seat nearby. A woman is tending the cooking pot. She has fair skin, and her hair is braided in a complex style that reminds you of the tangled carvings on the pillars. She is wearing leather shoes and a long-sleeved wool dress, dyed a rich chestnut brown. Over her brown dress, she has on a sort of sleeveless blue dress with small silver brooches attaching the straps to the front. Around her neck is a necklace of beautiful green and orange beads and a silver medallion. You watch as she stirs the stew. She tastes it and adds a bit of this or that. Sitting nearby are two men, talking, laughing and eating. They each have on a wool thigh-length shirt and matching pants. They're wearing leather boots and a leather belt. One has on a heavy grey cloak wrapped over his shoulder. No one is paying any attention to you. You remember the words on the sign in the Library of Time. While in the past, you will neither be seen nor heard. You look to your right and see another family, a mother and father playing with their young son. You smile. This is a different side of Viking life, a kinder, gentler, family-oriented side, a side that history often forgets. It's no surprise, really, you think? The Vikings are, after all, only human. You stand and make your way to the door, pausing for a moment to take one last look around at the families before you step out through the tall doorway. As the sun hits your face again, you squint to let your eyes adjust. You stretch and take a deep breath of the fresh air. Using your hands as a visor, you shield your eyes and look off into the distance. You can just make out the top of a round stone structure, the same one you saw earlier from the path you followed here. You start back up the path, passing the field of oats and the shaggy cows. As you approach the stone structure, you notice that it appears to be old ruins. Curious, you think? You never considered the ruins that existed during ancient civilizations. It reminds you that humanity is always changing. What is new now will inevitably become old. You climb a small rise to get a better look at the ruins. The building and surrounding ruins sit perched on a cliff overlooking the ocean. Long mounds of earth start at the cliff and wrap around the ruins in concentric semicircles back to the cliff on the other side. They resemble the look of ripples in water. These were probably defensive ditches or moats that once protected the settlement, but they have since been filled in, either purposely or by erosion. It is obvious that the stone building that you saw from the road used to be much taller. The remains of stone walls sit just above the ground in a maze-like pattern around the larger building. It appears that several small houses once surrounded the larger building. This building is the famous Brach of Gurness. More than 500 brachs can be found on mainland Scotland, Orkney and the Shetland Islands. The brachs of Orkney are distinct because they usually have a small village surrounding them. The Brach of Gurness was already ancient when the Vikings arrived in Orkney. It was already old when the Picts lived here. It was likely built by ancestors of the Picts between 500 and 200 BCE. You return to the path and make your way down to the ruins for a closer look. As you cross over the foundations of the old walls, you remember the short stone walls of the longhouse. Rather than cut new stones, the Viking settlers most likely took stones from sites like these to build their homes and storehouses. Dirt has filled in much of the space between the walls. A carpet of grass has already started to bury what's left. You begin walking around the curved wall. The sound of waves crashing on the beach below mingles with the distant calls of seals sunning along the water's edge. On the horizon, you see fishing boats gliding over the fertile waters. A section of the wall has collapsed low enough for you to see inside the Brach. There is a large hearth and cupboards made out of stone slabs. There appears to be a well also, but it has collapsed and been filled in during some bygone era. A stone staircase curves up from the floor to the top of what is left of the wall. In 1929, 1,000 years from now, the poet Robert Rendell will fortuitously place his stool here to sit and draw. The Brach of Gurness, covered in 1,000 years' worth of dirt, will be discovered when the leg of his stool breaks through the earth, revealing the same staircase. It is not certain what the Brachs were used for. They could have been storehouses, strongholds, or meeting places. Whatever the case, they are a testament to the ingenuity of ancient people. You take a moment to look out over the island and the sea. You are filled with a new appreciation for this place and for its people. You wonder how many families will come and go here. How many cooking fires will burn long into the night. How many structures will be built only to be lost over the course of time. You enjoy one last look at the beauty of Orkney before closing your eyes and taking a deep breath. You feel yourself slipping through the streams of time once more. As you breathe out and open your eyes, you're back in the Library of Time, sitting on the royal purple couch. The lamp casts a glow across the pages of the book. You close the book and run your fingers over the vines along its binding. It resembles the carvings on the pillars of the longhouse and the hair of the shaggy blonde cows. You place the book on the side table and reach up to turn off the lamp. As you settle back into your seat, watching the shafts of light pouring down from the skylight far above, looking down the endless shelves of books, you wonder where you will go next. But for now, you rest back into the couch and drift comfortably off to sleep.
Hi, I'm Suzanne, and tonight we're going to be cozying up with a classic folktale all the way from Finland called Little Lassie. It's about a young boy who sailed all around the world in a pea shell boat. First, let's take a deep breath in and exhale as you relax. This story is brought to you by sheep number 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, and 87. Now, I hope you enjoy this wonderful old story, and as you listen to the sound of my voice, you can slowly drift off to sleep. There was once a little boy whose name was Lars, and because he was so little, he was called Little Lassie. He was a brave little man, for he sailed round the world in a pea shell boat. It was summertime when the pea shells grew long and green in the garden. Little Lassie crept into the pea bed where the pea stalks rose high above his cap, and he picked 17 large shells, the longest and straightest he could find. Little Lassie thought, perhaps, that no one saw him. Then the gardener came, and he heard something rustling in the pea bed. "I think that must be a sparrow," the gardener said. But no sparrows flew out, for Little Lassie had no wings, only 2 small legs. "Wait, I will load my gun and shoot the sparrows," said the gardener. Then Little Lassie was frightened and crept out to the path. "Forgive me, dear gardener," he said. "I wanted to get some fine boats." "Well, I will this time," said the gardener. But another time, Little Lassie must ask to go and look for boats in the pea bed. "I will," answered Lassie, and he went off to the shore. He opened the shells with a pin, split them carefully in two, and broke small little bits of sticks for the rowers' seats. Then he took the peas, which were right in the shells, and put them in the boats for cargo. Some of the shells got broken, some remained whole, and when all were ready, Lassie had 12 boats. He had 3 liners, 3 frigates, 3 brigs, and 3 schooners. The largest liner he called Hercules, and the smallest schooner, the Flea. Little Lassie put all 12 into the water, and they floated as splendidly and proudly as any great ships over the waves of the ocean. And now the ships must sail around the world. The great island over there was Asia, that large stone, Africa, the little island, America. The small stones were Polynesia, and the shore from which the ships sailed out was Europe. the whole fleet set off and sailed far away to other parts of the world. The ships of the line steered a straight course to Asia. The frigates sailed to Africa, the brigs to America, and the schooners to Polynesia. But little Lassie remained in Europe and threw small stones out into the great sea. Now, there was on the shore of Europe a real boat, and little Lassie got into it. Father and Mother had forbidden this, but little Lassie forgot. He thought he should very much like to travel to some other parts of the world. I shall row out a little way, only a very little way, he thought. The pea-shell boats had traveled so far that they only looked like little specks on the ocean. He shook the rope that held the boat. Now he would row, and he could row, for he had rowed so often on the steps at home when the steps pretended to be a boat and Father's big stick and oar. But when little Lassie wanted to row, there were no oars to be found in the boat. The oars were locked up in the boathouse, and little Lassie had not noticed that the boat was empty. It is not so easy as one thinks to row to Asia without oars. What could little Lassie do now? The boat was already some distance out on the sea, and the wind which blew from the land was driving it still further out. Only a big crow perched alone in the birch tree, and the gardener's black cat sat under the birch tree, waiting to catch the crow. Neither of them troubled themselves in the least about little Lassie, who was drifting out to sea. Ah, how sorry little Lassie was now that he had been disobedient and got into the boat when Father and Mother had so often forbid him to do so. Now it was too late. He could not get back to land. Perhaps he would be lost out on the great sea. What should he do? When he had shouted until he was tired and no one heard him, he put his two little hands together and said to the wind, "Dear wind, do not be angry with little Lassie." And then he went to sleep. For although it was daylight, old Nakumati was sitting on the shores of the land of Nod and was fishing for little children with his long fishing rod. He heard the low words which little Lassie said to the wind, and he immediately drew the boat to himself and laid little Lassie to sleep on a bed of rose leaves. Then Nakumati said to one of the dreams, "Play with little Lassie so that he does not feel lonesome." It was a little dream boy, so little that he was less than Lassie himself. He had blue eyes and fair hair, a red cap with a silver band, and a white coat with pearls on the collar. He came to little Lassie and said, "Would you like to sail around the world?" "Come then," said the dream boy, "and let us sail in your pea-shell boats. You shall sail in Hercules, and I shall sail in the Flea." So they sailed away from the land of Nod, and in a little while, Hercules and the Flea were on the shores of Asia, away at the other end of the world, where the ice sea flows through the Bering Straits into the Pacific Ocean. A long way off in the winter mist, they could see the explorer Nordenskjold with his ship Vega trying to find an opening between the ice. It was so cold the great icebergs glittered strangely, and the huge whales now lived under the ice, for they could not make a hole through with their awkward heads. All around on the dreary shore there was snow and snow as far as the eye could see. Little gray men in shaggy skins moved about and drove in small sleds through the snowdrifts, but the sleds were drawn by dogs. "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy. "No," said little Lassie. "I am so afraid that the whales would swallow us up and the big dogs bite us. Let us sail instead to another part of the world." "Very well," said the dream boy, with a red cap and the silver band. "It is not far to America." And at the same moment, they were there. The sun was shining, and it was very warm. Tall palm trees grew in long rows on the shore and bore coconuts in the top branches. Men galloped over the immense green prairies and shot their arrows at the buffaloes, who turned against them with their sharp horns. An enormous cobra, which had crept up the stem of a tall palm tree, threw itself onto a little llama that was grazing at the foot. "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy. "No," said little Lassie. "I am so afraid that the buffaloes will butt us and the great serpent eat us up. Let us travel to another part of the world." "Very well," said the dream boy with a white coat. "It is only a little way to Polynesia." And then they were there. It was very warm as a hot bath in Finland. Costly spices grew on the shores: the pepper plant, the cinnamon tree, ginger, saffron, the coffee plants, and the tea plant. Beautiful people with lovely painted faces hunted a yellow spotted tiger among the high bamboos on the shore, and the tiger let out a great roar. Then all the others took to flight. "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy. "No," said little Lassie. "Don't you see the tiger away there by the pepper plant? Let us travel to another part of the world." "We can do so," said the dream boy with the blue eyes. "We are not far from Africa." And as he said that, they were there. They anchored at the mouth of a great river where the shores were as green as the greenest velvet. A little distance from the river, an immense desert stretched away. The air was yellow. The sun shone so hot as if it would burn the earth to ashes, and the people smiled and sang. They rode across the desert on tall camels. The lions roared with thirst, and the great crocodiles, with their gray lizard heads, gaped out of the river. "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy. "No," said little Lassie. "The sun might burn us, and the lions and the crocodiles would eat us for dinner. Let us travel to another part of the world." "We can travel back to Europe," said the dream boy with the fair hair. And with that, they were there. They came to a shore where it was all so cool and familiar and friendly. There stood the tall birch tree with its drooping leaves. At the top sat the old crow, and at its foot crept the gardener's black cat. Not far away was a house which little Lassie had seen before. Near the house there was a garden, and in the garden a pea bed with long pea shells. An old gardener with a green coat walked about and wondered if the cucumbers were ripe. Felix was barking on the steps, and when he saw little Lassie, he wagged his tail. Old Stina was milking the cows in the farmland, and there was a very familiar lady in a check woolen shawl on her way to the bleaching green, to see if the clothes were bleached. There was, too, a well-known gentleman in a yellow summer coat with a long pipe in his mouth. He was going to see if the farmers had cut the rye. A boy and a girl were running on the shore and calling out, "Little lassie, come home for bread and butter." "Shall we land here?" asked the dream boy, and he blinked his blue eyes roguishly. "Come with me, and I shall ask Mother to give you some bread and butter and a glass of milk," said little lassie. "Wait a little," said the dream boy. And now little lassie saw that the kitchen door was open, and from within there was heard a low, pleasant frizzling, like that which he heard when one whisks yellow batter with a wooden ladle into a hot frying pan. "Perhaps we should sail back to Polynesia now," said the happy dream boy. "No, they are frying pancakes in Europe just now," said little lassie. And he wanted to jump ashore, but he could not. The dream boy had tied him with a chain of flowers so that he could not move. And now all the little dreams came about him, thousands and thousands of little children, and they made a ring around him and they sang a little song. "The world is very, very wide, little lassie, lassie. And though you've sailed beyond the tide, you can never tell how wide it is on the other side, lassie, little lassie. You have found it cold and hot, little lassie, lassie. But in no land the wind is not, lassie, little lassie. Many men live there as here, but they are all just as good and dear, little lassie, lassie. When his angel is your guide, little lassie, lassie, then no harm can ever betide, even on the other side, where the wild beasts wander. But tell us now, whene'er you roam, do you not find the best is home? Of all the lands you've looked upon, lassie, little lassie. When the dreams had sung their song, they skipped away, and Nukumati carried Lassie back to the boat. He lay there for a long time, quite still, and he still heard the frying pan sizzling at the home of the fire. The frizzling was very plain. Little Lassie heard it quite near him, and so he woke up and rubbed his eyes. There he lay in the boat, where he had fallen asleep. The wind had turned, and the boat had drifted out with one wind and drifted in with another, while little Lassie slept. And what Lassie thought was frizzling in a frying pan was the low murmur of the waves as they washed against the stones on the shore. But he was not altogether wrong, for the clear blue sea is like a great pan in which the sun all day makes cakes for good children. Little Lassie rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and looked around him. Everything was the same as before. The crow in the birch tree, the cat on the grass, and the pea-shell fleet on the shore. Some of the ships had foundered and some had drifted back to land. Hercules had come back with its cargo from Asia. The flea had arrived from Polynesia, and the other parts of the world were just where they were before. Little Lassie did not know what to think. He had so often been in that grotto in the land of Nod, and did not know what tricks dreams can play. But little Lassie did not trouble his head with such things. He gathered together his boats and walked up the shore back to the house. His brother and sister ran to meet him and called out from the distance, "Where have you been so long, Lassie? Come home and get some bread and butter." The kitchen door stood open, and inside was heard a strange frizzling. The gardener was near the gate, watering the dill and parsley, the carrots and parsnips. "Well," he said, "where has little Lassie been so long?" He has forgotten Dreamland, but you have not forgotten it. You know that it exists. You know the beautiful grotto and the bright silver walls whose luster never fades. Those sparkling diamonds which never grow dim. The music which never ceases its low, soft murmur through the sweet evening twilight. The airy fairy fancies of happy Dreamland never grow old. They, like the glorious stars above, are always young. Perhaps you have caught a glimpse of their ethereal wings as they flew around your pillow. Perhaps you have met the same dream boy with the blue eyes and the fair hair, the one who wore the red cap with the silver band and the white coat with pearls on the collar. Perhaps he has taken you to see all the countries of the world and the people, the cold lands and the burning deserts, the many men and the wild creatures in the sea and in the woods, so that you may earn many things, but come gladly home again. Yes, who knows? Perhaps you also have sailed around the world once in a pea-shell boat.
It's about 8 years ago now, as I first got interested in art and painting and bought my very first brushes and colors. I watched some simple tutorials on YouTube and started to learn myself and explore to find my own way of painting. It took me some years to really find my own style, but no matter what technique or colors I've been using during these years, my one and only inspiration has always been nature. I live in this beautiful place surrounded by endless forests and lakes in the north of Sweden, and it's impossible not to feel inspired by the beauty around me. No matter if I create music, or videos, or photography, or paintings, nature is always the heart in everything I do. And the constant changing seasons is reflected in my paintings. Last year, as I was picking blueberries in the forest, I got an idea to try to make my own paint out of the blueberries. And as I tried it out, I really liked it, and I quickly got curious and began to explore more of the natural pigments around me and learn to make paint out of them. I found a lot of beautiful pigments from the fire stoves that keeps our house warm in the winter. I used charcoal to get black pigment. And from the ashes, I could get many beautiful tones of grey and brown. And stones was also a great source to all different kinds of pigments. And mud and dirt and sand also turned into beautiful colors. It felt like a whole new door opened up in front of me, and I fell in love with making my own paint. It didn't matter that it suddenly took me way more time to finish a painting. The whole process of picking the materials and then preparing the pigments made it all feel more meaningful, and it gave my paintings a whole new dimension. I love to feel the texture of the natural materials. And when I look on a finished painting, I know exactly the story of every single pigment, where I picked them and how they ended up on the canvas. So now I'm not only inspired by nature when I paint, but nature has become part of my paintings, and I really love that. Ever since I started making my own paint out of natural materials and shared it on my vlogs and videos on YouTube, I've got tons of questions from people asking how I make paint out of these natural pigments. So I thought I would share step by step the whole process of how I make my own paint. And remember, when it comes to creativity, I think that the best way to create art is not to be limited to one way of doing something. I think that the key is to be playful and curious and try new things and not get stuck in how we are supposed to do something or how other people do it. Be free and have fun and play around and see what happens and what works for you. Every time I paint, I see it as an experiment, because I never know how the result is going to be. Absorb what inspires you and then let yourself bloom in your own unique way. So, as an example for how I make my paint, I will use this yellow rusty sand from my garden. I will step by step show you how I turn it from this raw material to this paint on the canvas. First of all, when you work with materials like sand or stones, it's really important to wear a mask so you don't inhale all the dust and smoke. I begin by using a strainer to get out all the stones or bigger pieces. I usually do this a couple of times until I use the strainer with the finest dimensions to really get the sand as soft and clean as possible. And then it's time to use a mortar. Don't add too much sand at once, it will only make it harder. I always spend a lot of time at this step, since the quality of the pigment will be much better the smaller pieces you get, and it will also be much easier to paint with. Try to make it as much as a powder as possible. I then put the pigment into a jar, and that's how I keep all my pigments that are ready to be used for paint. Then it's time for the step to make this sand into paint, and it's very simple. I put some pigment into a cup and then I add some water. Then I need to add some kind of a binder to give it a thicker consistency and to make it get stuck to the canvas so it doesn't fall off as the pigment dries. And there are many ways you can do that. It all depends on what painting technique you use. I have always painted with acrylic colors and I love to paint in different layers, so I just add an acrylic medium, for example pouring medium or glazing medium. The very first time I tried to make my own paint, I just took what I had at home, and it's been working great so far, so I have just continued with that. And then it's ready to paint with. And this is the basic process that I use for all the pigments. And I also often mix different pigments with each other to create new colors and tones. It's always interesting to see how they react with each other. And I sometimes mix these natural pigments together with acrylic colors to create, for example, blue, since I have not yet been able to find a blue pigment where I live. In the beginning I used blueberries, but after some experience I found out that the pigments from, for example, plants or berries fades out after a while and turn into brown. And to make white pigment, I often mix white quartz stones with limestones and then some white acrylic to make it more strong and visible. Every time I paint, I learn something new, and I really look forward to keep exploring ways of using natural pigments for my paintings. I think it's something very fascinating about using pigments that I can find here at my home. And it feels beautiful to be part of the whole process when making my paint. And I really hope that this could give you some inspiration to try it out yourself. And remember, creativity is meant to be free. Just let it flow. It's February now, and we are halfway through the winter. It's only 3 months to go until all the snow melts and the spring arrives in the month of May. thinking about spring makes me very happy. It gives me energy to know that soon enough everything will come to life again. But now it's February, and we are still in the heart of winter. But this other half of the winter is always a bit easier, because for every day that passes by, the sun rises higher on the sky and we get more and more daylight for each day. Our life right now is pretty much the same as it's been the last months. We are still working a lot behind the scenes with our project of making a new website and webshop for our new jewelry collection, and for my paintings and photo prints and all the things that we create. We have been working on this for a year now, and we have gone through many mistakes on the way, but we have learned a lot, and it's been a fun process to build up our very own company. You look a little tired today, Nanok. Yeah, it's Sunday. You shouldn't need to work today, right? So my husband Johan have been spending most of his time in the smithy with the jewelry making, to keep up with the custom orders and the very few designs that we have been selling this year. Just enough to keep it running while we build up our new webshop.
Det är klart.
Okay.
Då fixar jag kedja och...
I'm gonna write a birthday card to Rachel. Happy birthday to you. Ouch. We have some good news. For us it's good news. We have this new label printer, which means that it will be easier for us now to print out the labels. We don't have to cut and tape by hand. We can just print it out. I will show you. Okay, let's see here. Oh my god, this is awesome! Wow, that is amazing. Hey, Sinek! Hey! Oh, another shoe for me! And my mom Anita has been focusing a lot on creating our new web shop, which is something really time consuming since we want a really good site this time that can handle orders from all over the world to make it easier for both us and our customers.
För annars tror jag att det här går att fixa, att du får ner det. Alltså.
I am really glad that my mom knows computer programming and web development. My brother Philip has also been very involved in this, and we have all been working hard to make reality of our ideas and to make our own business a little easier to handle. Another thing we've been working on is our new smithy and workroom for the jewelry. When we moved to our new house in May last year, we wanted to move our jewelry business into the beautiful old barn that is next to our house. But before we could do that, it needed a lot of renovations. After many months of renovations and waiting, we are almost done with our new workroom. So hopefully this month we will be able to move our jewelry business from our living room in our old house to this new place at our beautiful homestead. Nano, do you want to go out? You want to run in the forest? Yeah, let's do it! And I have been spending a lot of time in here lately, in my painting studio. I have finally got inspiration to paint again. If you've been watching my vlogs for a while, you might know that my studio was trashed by a man back in September, and some of my paintings were destroyed. And after that, I just haven't felt any inspiration to paint again. Until now. I've spent all my spare time in here lately, and it feels so good to be back again and continue experimenting with making my own paint from natural pigments. I've been painting a lot with ashes and charcoal lately. Now during the winter we make fires in the stoves every day to keep our house warm, and therefore we get a lot of ashes and charcoal, and they make beautiful pigments. I just love to think about that these grey, black and brown colors made from the ashes and the charcoal actually kept our house warm before they got a new life and turned into art. And before the snow came, I made sure to pick some beautiful sand and dirt and stones that I could use as pigments now during the winter. So I look forward to spend many more nights in here now. Now, my sweet friends, you know a little more about what's going on in my world right now. I want to thank you with all my heart for watching my videos and following my work and my life here in the woods in the north of Sweden. I so much look forward to this new year now and to share the journey with all of you. I see you soon again. The summer is coming to an end. It's already late August, and I can really feel how autumn is coming closer for every day that goes by. But I think the end of the summer is a wonderful time, sometimes even more wonderful than the summer itself. It's still green and warm outside, but the air feels more clean and fresh. And the mosquitoes have finally left us alone. Almost. But, of course, it's getting darker again. No more bright nights or midnight sun. But in some strange way, the darkness always feels so welcoming in the autumn, so comfortable and calming. I think that the light in the summer focuses more on the energy outwards, like people, social life, activities, movement and the physical world. And then, as the autumn and the darkness arrives, it feels like the focus shifts more into our inner world, and it opens up space for feelings, reflections and creativity. A time to nurture our soul. I really love the constant changing seasons that we have here. It makes every month feel new and unknown. And it's a good reminder that nothing really lasts forever. And I guess that's the beauty of it. Another good thing about August is that the forest is full of berries. The blueberries is my favorite. And the lingonberries just started getting ripe as well. And in our garden we have lots of raspberries, both yellow and red. And we have black currant, which is also a huge favorite of mine, and red currant. And we also have gooseberries, which is very new to me, but they taste really good. I want to make sure to pick enough berries for the whole winter. I think that eating berries every day during the winter can help to stay strong and healthy. And this year, picking lots of blueberries is more important than ever, since I found a new way of using them, more than to just eat or drink them. I will tell you more about that in a minute. Picking berries is also strongly connected to memories from my childhood. Every summer when we came here to Grundtjärn, we picked lots of berries. We were out all day, and it was such a special feeling to come home in the evening and make homemade berry jam. And being out in the forest like this makes me think so much of my grandparents and how much I miss them. They grew up and lived here, and they have probably been walking in the exact same spots once in a time, picking berries. That always happens in the autumn, as you start making fires for the first time after the summer. When the pipe is cold, it takes some time before the smoke flows the right way. But after a while, the fire was perfect. This is usually what I do with most of the berries that I pick. I use this thing called saftmaja to steam the berries into a juice. And I add no sugar, it's only the berries and water. And I tell you, it smells heavenly in the kitchen while doing this. When the juice is done, I usually put it in small bottles to keep in the freezer. In that way, I can just take out a bottle to unfreeze whenever I need some berry juice. As I told you earlier, I found a new way of using the blueberries more than to just drink it. I make paint out of it. I first got the idea earlier this summer, as I was out with Johan looking for stones in the forest just behind our house. I found this yellow, rusty sand, and I was thinking, what if I could make my own paint out of this beautiful sand? And about 3 weeks ago, I was out with my mom picking blueberries. And as I saw the blue color from the berries on my fingers, I once again got the thought about making paint from the natural pigment. I just didn't really know how to make it into a paint with pigments that would last even as it dries. But one night in my studio, I experimented with these natural pigments from the blueberries and the sand and made my very own paint out of it. And I was completely mesmerized. I immediately started thinking about other ways of finding beautiful colors in the nature around me. I looked for stones with different colors in our garden. And then I bought this stone crushing machine to make the stones into sand. And I took carbon from the fire to make black pigment, and ashes to get grey and brown. It didn't matter that making my own paint from nature took me so much time. Picking the berries, finding the stones, and preparing the paint, I fell in love with the whole process. My absolute favorite tea is a mix of pine needles and chaga mushroom, and I've been drinking it a lot during this winter. It's really healthy and it's really easy to make, and the best thing of all is that it tastes like you drink the forest. I think that the combination of pine tree and the chaga from the birch tree makes it taste just like how it smells in a northern forest, like the ones where I live. So in this video I'm going to show you exactly how I do and what ingredients you need to make this wonderful forest tea. Actually, this tea is best to do during the winter, because that's when the pine trees contains most C vitamins. But honestly, I drink this tea mostly because of the wonderful taste. So first of all, you need to pick some fresh pine needles, but make sure to look up what kind of pine trees you have where you live, because there are some pine trees that are toxic. I think the taste gets even better if you also pick needles from fir trees, even if pine needles contain more C vitamins. Then you cut the pine needles into smaller pieces, and you can use a knife or a scissor. And then pour up some water to put on the stove. Pour all the pine needles in the water, and remember to not heat up the water too much. Some vitamins get lost in boiling water. I usually keep it under 70 Celsius degrees. And then it's time to add some chaga powder. Chaga is a mushroom that mainly grows on birches in countries with colder climate. For hundreds of years it's been used as a medicine to boost immune defense and health. It contains lots of antioxidants and has a very earthy taste. It can be really hard to find a chaga mushroom in the forest, but you can easily buy chaga powder in any healthcare store. I also like to add some ginger for the taste. I usually keep the water heated for about 15 to 20 minutes to really get out the best taste. Filter the water to get it clean from all the pine needles. And then it's ready to be poured up in cups. And the last thing I do is to add some honey to get some sweetness to the tea. And then enjoy a cup of wonderful forest tea. Birch sap is the liquid that flows through the birch trees in the spring. It looks clear like water, and it has a very sweet and fresh taste. Here in Sweden, it's been used for hundreds of years because of its health benefits. And back in time they said, dricka märg i benen, which means drink marrow into the bones. Drinking birch sap was a way of regaining energy after a long winter. And it's really true. Birch sap contains lots of good vitamins and minerals. And for me, it's now a tradition to tap birch sap every spring. And I drink it almost every day during the month of May. That is actually one of the most wonderful things I know about spring. To collect a full bottle of birch sap in the evenings and have a first sip of it under the trees while listening to all the songs of the birds. In this video, I will show you step by step how to tap birch sap. But remember, if you don't have your own garden or land with birch trees, make sure to ask the owner of the land for permission before you tap from a tree. And tapping birch sap is something that is only done about 3 to 4 weeks during the early spring, from the time the frozen ground has melted until the leaves of the birch tree starts to bloom out. Depending on where you live, it's usually sometime between March and the end of May. You can tap birch sap in 2 different ways, and the first way I'm going to show you is really simple and fast, but it doesn't give you that much birch sap, but it's perfect if you just want to try it out really quick. Just cut off a branch from a birch tree, and then tie a bottle over it and make sure to tie it hard enough so it won't fall down from the weight of the sap. Leave the bottle for a few hours and hopefully it will be full when you get back. The other way I'm going to show you is how I usually do, because it's more effective and it gives you much more birch sap. But it's important to do it the right way so you don't hurt the tree. The first step is to drill a small hole into the tree that goes slightly upwards, about 2 to 3 centimeters into the tree. Then put in a pipe or a straw in the same size as the hole. And you will immediately notice if it works. Tie a bottle or a can around the tree and make sure it's really stuck and can carry the weight when it's full. Then leave it for a few hours. I usually do it before I go to sleep, so I have fresh birch sap in the mornings. When you arrive the next time, the can should be full. Usually you can tap several liters from a tree, but if you feel done tapping from the tree, the most important part is to plug the hole. If you don't do that correctly, the tree will continue to bleed and it can cause infections. The best way is to carve a stick that is a little bit bigger than the hole, and then put it in with the help of a hammer. Make sure to check that it's really tight so no sap are coming out. Pour the birch sap into a bottle, and if you keep it in the fridge, it can last for about 3 to 5 days. You can also put it in the freezer if you want to enjoy it later, but I have actually never tried that. I think it's something beautiful with only drinking it now in the spring. The spring came unusually early this year, because we have this one thing that happens every year that comes as a true sign that winter is finally letting go and spring is arriving. I call it vårfloden in Swedish, which means the river of spring. As the snow begins to melt really quickly, it forms into a river that goes straight through the village, and it only lasts for a couple of days, or up to a week or two, depending on how much snow we have. Usually this happens around the end of April, but this year it came a whole month early, and of course I couldn't be happier. Every year when this happens, I feel this undescribable joy and happiness. It's like the highlight of the spring to me. And I can spend hours outside by the river. I like to imagine that I help melting the snow and that I help the water to flow better. And it's just so wonderful to hear the sound of the water outside our house in the evenings. It really feels like everything comes to life again, both in nature, but also in myself. It's like it's been in a deep sleep for a long time. And now I wake up and it's like I feel everything so intense. Yeah, it just feels like I'm in love with life, with nature and everything around me. It's just such a beautiful, wonderful feeling. And it feels the same every spring. Well, it actually feels even more intense for every new spring that I get to experience. It's like I just came to this earth, and I feel this deep wonder for the beauty around me, and a deep gratitude for being alive. But of course, April is the most dirty and muddy time of the year, and it's actually not so beautiful outside at this time. And if you have a dog, it's gonna get so dirty inside after every walk. But even if it looks like a mess outside, it feels beautiful. It just feels so special to finally see the ground and the grass and the earth again after so many months with snow. And to just touch the soil again. I've missed it so much. So this week, apart from helping the snow to melt, I've also spent most of the time in the smithy with Johan. As many of you know, we have been working very much with the jewelry making lately. It's been long days and long nights, and it's definitely been challenging for us both to go through so much work. Sometimes it just felt like we would never get done and that we would be stuck in the smithy forever. Both me and Johan are very passionate about our work, and when we have a very strong goal and a strong feeling of what we want to do, there's just no stopping us. We are not afraid of working really hard as long as we feel passion for it and feel that it's meaningful. But already now it feels a lot easier since we begin to see an end of these intense months with so much work. We are soon done designing our new collection, and we have some really exciting plans and visions for the future regarding our jewelry making. So all this hard work has definitely been worth it. And now it's only 1.5 months left until we move to our new house and get some more space. Then we don't need to have the smithy in our living room anymore. More space will make everything so much easier for us.
Space.
The early spring came as a big, wonderful surprise when I needed it the most. Another thing that I love with spring is that you finally get to work with plants again. So I have spent some evenings out in the old barn to put a lot of different seeds in the soil that hopefully will grow into beautiful plants and flowers in the summer. I have always loved gardening, but now as we're gonna get the new house and the beautiful garden, it feels like a whole new level. So I have read a lot now to really get the knowledge on what plants would be perfect for our garden. And I have focused mostly on herbs and medical plants, and also flowers that are really good for butterflies and bees. Because yes, we have decided to start with beekeeping and have our own bees. And that is something I have dreamt about for so many years. But now, as we're gonna have our very own house and this beautiful garden, it feels like a perfect timing. Bees are actually so important for our planet, and I really look forward to make a paradise for them in our garden. Since we're gonna move in a couple of weeks, it is a mess in our house right now, so it's been so difficult to find a place for all these plants. I only have this one window for them, so they have to share the little glimpses of sunlight that reaches in every day. I know it's not the perfect condition for some of the plants, and I've told them that I will probably have a rough start, but if they just manage to grow into life and keep holding on these weeks, I promise I will give them the dream life of any plant. Soon we will move, and there will be plenty of space for all of us to grow. I just love to finally be able to walk freely in the forest again without the meters of snow. And just to see all the colors again, the colors of green and yellow, it's just as if I see them for the very first time. And soon, as the frozen ground has melted, I can begin to tap birch sap, which is also one of the highlights moments of the spring. It's an old myth here that says that drinking birch sap is a way of regaining all your energy after a long cold winter. And I definitely believe in that, so in May I always drink birch sap every day. I can't wait to make a video to show you how I do when I tap birch sap. The winters here are usually very long and cold and dark. And I have to admit it's a challenge for me to keep the energy during these 6 months of the year. Especially last winter was really tough. I was constantly sick and constantly freezing, and I've never felt so weak in my whole life. Now it's October, and the winter is here again. But this time I want it to be different. I don't want to let another winter drain me of energy and happiness because of these cold and dark months. And the only way to really do so is to face it and change the way I feel and think about it. To not see it as my enemy, but my friend. It's like if you're jealous of someone, the feeling can eat you up from within. And the only way to really heal it is to walk straight up to that person you're jealous of and be honest. And tell them how much you actually admire them and what they do, and how great you think they are. In the same second as you do that, you become free, because you let go of what drains you, because you don't let it control you anymore. And that's how I feel with this winter. I don't want the cold to control me. I don't want the winter to drain me of energy. Instead, I want the cold to be a source of power. I want the winter to awaken my soul and make me feel alive. And to do so, I need to face it I need to accept it with my whole being. And I don't want to fight it. I want to surrender. To see that I'm stronger than I think. And to prove to myself that life truly begins outside our comfort zone. Because when I think about it, when do I feel most alive? Is it when I'm warm and comfy lying in my bed scrolling on Instagram? No, I feel 1,000 times more alive when walking into ice-cold water. And I can feel the blood rushing through my body, doing all it can to keep me alive. And in that moment, I'm totally present. There's no tomorrow, there's no past. Just now. And I think that's one of the best feelings one can ever feel. I'm ready for winter. Hi there, this is Jinton speaking. So I've been working on a painting the last 2 months. I have spent many days and nights in my studio, painting new layers and just exploring the world of colors. I was inspired by the northern mountains, the cold winds, the first snow and the sound of ice, something that I love to find inspiration from when I paint. In the end process I added blades of 23 karat gold. I wanted it to be a symbol for that even in the coldest of winds, there can be moments of gold and rays of hope. It turned into a big acrylic painting and I gave it the name Golden Winds, and a white wooden frame made of Swedish pine tree. Just like many other artists, I've always struggled with setting a price on my paintings. So this time, instead of just put it up for sale on my webshop, I decided to put it up for auction on eBay. Starting today, the 28th of September, until next week, the 5th of October. And the starting price is $1. If you are interested and want to have more information about the painting, please check the link in the text attached to this video. Thank you so much for watching. Have you ever wondered why the Swedish people are so strong and resistant and so full of inner peace and harmony? Well, let me tell you our secret. Every summer, we practice the art of mosquito meditation. If you ever come to Sweden, you should try this delightful way of mindfulness practice. And it's all free. I can assure you that this is the best way to learn how to deal with annoying and distracting things happening in your life. And how to stay sane when life just feels itchy. Welcome to Sweden, the land of inner peace and harmony. My name is Jinton. I'm a Swedish photographer and artist, and I'm gonna tell you the story of my journey. I took the most important decision of my life in 2010. I decided to leave my life in my hometown Gothenburg. I left the apartment and quit the studies. My heart was longing for something else. Nature and silence. I moved to this place, Grundtjärn, a little village with 10 inhabitants in the north of Sweden. A village where I have my roots since 12 generations back. So actually, it was like coming home. When I first came here, I had no plan, no money and no job. But I had a dream, I wanted to find a way to make a living so that I could stay at this beautiful place that felt like home in my heart. The first years in Grundtjern was very challenging. Long cold winters, a constant worry about money, and an old house where it was a full-time job just to keep warm. A time when my limits were constantly tested. But during this time, I found my passion in life. I started with photography and filming and writing, and I started a little blog so I could share moments of my new life and express my love for nature in photos and words. And I also bought a dog, Nanok, that became my best friend ever. Living so close to nature awakened something in me. I felt an urge to create, and it became my biggest passion to continue creating and moving people with my art. It's now been 8 years since I moved, and I still live here, in my little house under the northern lights. From here, I run my own business, Jonna Jinton Sweden, where my mother Anita is employed as an administrator. I spend my days doing photography, filming, creating music, painting, writing, and all the things that my heart wants to express. And through all my social media channels, I reach over 1 million people every week. I live together with Johan, my soon-to-be husband, and recently he started working full-time as a silversmith in our own jewelry brand. And I still have my fellow friend Nanok, and 2 cats, and a cow, whose name is Stjärna, which means star in Swedish. And still, my wish is to give something beautiful to this world. Something that breaks through our barriers and reaches the soul. And one of my photos will now be sold worldwide as a canvas on IKEA. The photo was taken just some minutes from where I live, an early morning in October, from an old bridge that my grandfather built 80 years ago. One of all the magical moments that I've got to experience during my years here. I have learned so much during these years. Most of all, that feeling grateful for the small things in life is the key to the big things, and that it's only we, ourselves, that sets the limits of what is possible and not. And to have patience and never give up. And never be afraid of losing your feet on the ground, because sometimes that can be the best thing you will ever do.
As you settle, ensure that your body is completely supported. Take a soft, deep breath in through the nose and exhale out of the mouth with a nice, loud sigh. And again, inhaling deeply. Pull that air deep into the belly, fill up the lungs, and open the mouth wide as you exhale. Taking one last deep breath, stretch your arms up over your head, along the side of your ears, and reach your feet out towards the opposite direction in one long, full body stretch. And exhale on a sigh, feeling satisfied and relaxed. And as you breathe, settling even more deeply, let your body shift in whatever way feels good, and allow yourself to completely relax into the support beneath you. Begin to notice your breath. Just noticing. Breathing easily and naturally. Just noticing your breath flowing in and out. Rhythmically, softly, breathing in and out. And as you focus on your breathing, feel your eyelids becoming heavy. Notice how the muscles in your face relax. Notice your head becoming heavy and sinking into the pillow beneath it. Feel your neck relax and your shoulders drop. Each breath coming slowly and easily, moving through your body. Your body becoming heavier and heavier. With each breath flowing in and out. Feeling relaxed and at peace. And imagine that this flowing breath feels feels like you are in the middle of a stream. Perfectly safe, flowing in the middle of this stream's current, like a leaf. Gently flowing and swaying on the current, looking up into the clear blue sky. The water is holding you safely and completely afloat. Easily, effortlessly floating in the gentle current of this stream. And as you float, you gaze up at the sky. This beautiful blue sky, wide and spacious. Any random thoughts are like soft, fluffy clouds drifting across that sky. Feeling so relaxed, your body heavy and soft, letting the breath flow through your body and through your mind. Your mind is free and spacious. Open and calm and quiet. There are no thoughts left, only that clear, beautiful spaciousness above you, around you. You are completely free. Each breath flowing through you, in and out. In and out. So relaxed, effortlessly breathing and floating like a leaf on a stream that is deep and wide. And as you float, swaying and bobbing along the water like a leaf in the stream. You can feel the current moving slowly past your ears. The water flowing down your neck. Feeling the water slowly across your chest. Along your back. So relaxed you hardly notice the water slide across your belly and along your waist. Floating so easily in this current, completely relaxed. The water rinsing away any tension or stress. So easily, so effortlessly. The current carrying away any tension or stress. Becoming more and more relaxed. And feeling lighter and lighter as the current of this stream flows along your legs and down your feet. You easily let go and become part of this gently swaying current. Completely supported. Floating easily and effortlessly. Your body is so light. clear. On the current of a slow moving stream. Completely supported. Floating easily and effortlessly. Is so light. Your mind is so clear. of a slow moving stream.